Yay,
It usually
okay.
takes a couple seconds to
It
start.
does take a couple seconds to start, so, I'm hoping that it's working.
I
Fingers
think it is.
crossed.
I see live in the corner,
Okay,
so
good, good. Okay, hello, everybody. Not that many people we hear at the moment, it is, early,
yeah.
but yes, welcome to the sprints. We're gonna, probably start pretty much immediately. I am joined by the wonderful James today. Um,
Hello.
hello. What will you be reading today,
I
James?
am reading Sunbringer.
Nice.
That's the cover.
It's such a beautiful cover.
It is. It's so pretty.
I've seen the American one, and it's kind of very dark, like the Godkiller one.
Yeah.
It kind of matches a little bit more, but I quite like that one. I prefer that one.
Yeah, this is so pretty. I'm only 34 pages through it,
Mhm.
but it's really good so far. It's like book one was a 6-star read for me.
Wow, okay, because
The
that's
only
how I
other,
felt.
the only other book I've rated 6-star was Little Thieves by Margaret Owen.
Okay,
So
wow,
it's like they both have the same type of vibe.
interesting. Okay,
I really love it. It's great.
yeah. I was gonna say, 'cause you just said that you only finished Godkiller yesterday,
Yeah.
and then you immediately were like, "I need the sequel."
Yeah.
Well, I felt like that about Feybound. Feybound for me is like 6. Like, it's such a good book. Um, yay! Okay. I hope you love it, 'cause as soon as I finished it, I was like, "I wanna read it again." Like, it's just like it was just so good, and I think it's surprisingly for a, like, what, like, 400 and something page book,
I think so.
with it, because it is kind of like an epic fantasy in the sense that it is like a Fae story, so you expect those to be much longer,
Yeah.
and it still didn't feel condensed or things were missing, or, like, it just felt it was really good. I enjoyed it, so I'm hoping you I
I
recommend it to everyone.
I am looking forward to it.
Yes, but yes, I do have Godkiller, I just haven't read it yet.
You need to.
I think it's gonna be an April read, probably. Um, yeah, I'm just looking at my books, like, what do I wanna prioritize? Um, so, yeah. I will be finishing, first of all, grab it, The Blighted Stars. I still haven't finished this since Monday or Tuesday when I properly got into it, but I will be finishing it. I will probably be listening to the audiobook for, like, this first sprint because I need to
Mhm.
clean at the same time, so I'm just gonna be very productive.
That's good.
Um, and then I'll probably sit and actually read the end of the book. It's so good. There's so much action. Like, the romance in it, it's very much like it is a space opera, so it's a lot, it's very melodramatic, but it's so, like, once you get into that, it's so good, and, like, there is so much flirting in this book, but it's very, like, British banter flirting, so I get along with it really well.
Yeah, I do like British banter.
Yeah,
One of the
so
reasons I moved here.
so it's very much, like, relatable in
Yeah.
that sense. So, yeah, I will be finishing this, and then I will be reading, This Savage Song by V.E. Schwab, which I did
Ooh,
start.
I'm getting that soon.
Okay, good.
I'm
I
getting
mean,
it soon.
I like that in the book, the one thing I noticed, like, straight away,
Mm.
is that, like, obviously you have, like, normally you have, like, prologue, and then if it's split into sections, it'd be, like, part 1, part 2, whereas here we have the prelude,
Um,
and then we have, like, let me find it.
so it's actually
Like a song.
like a song
Yeah,
and
it'll
stuff.
say verse. So this one says verse 1.
Yeah, that's so
So
cool. It's like
yeah, so
Olivia Blake does that with her books, but with acts,
yes, yeah,
like
yeah.
plays and stuff.
Mhm.
Um, I really enjoyed that. But I'm planning a V.E. Schwab read through for like May or something. So I'm getting just a couple more of her books, but I have 9 of them so far.
Okay. So I wanna read them all and do a video. That's kind of
Yeah.
my plan. I have read, so which ones have you read?
I've read none.
You've read, oh, so which ones do you own?
I own The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue,
Mhm.
the City of Ghosts trilogy, um, Gallant,
Mhm.
and the Dark Shade of Magic series, including the new one, The Fragile Threads of.
Ooh, you're doing better than me. Um,
Also,
I
it was the collector's edition, so I got that with it.
oh, nice. That's cool.
Yeah, it's got the maps on the other side.
I'm yet to finish the original trilogy. So I've read the first two.
Yeah.
Still have a Conjuring of Light to read. And I've read all of the City of Ghosts or Cassidy Blake series. It's one of my favorite series.
Yeah.
It's you have to obviously like keep in mind it is middle grade, so it's not like
I do quite like middle grade.
So do I, and especially when it's like really good middle grade, and it's a really just like when you've read some really bad fantasy books and you just need your faith restored that good fantasy books exist. Those are the books to do it because it's just like it takes it back to like what I read when I was like 13 and like reading fantasy stories or even younger, but it's like I just loved the concept, and it's really I hope you enjoy them and you'll fly through them as well, which is always nice. So I will say they do get a little bit repetitive, but like I still enjoyed all three, and all three have a different vibe because like the first one's set in Edinburgh,
the
second one is in Paris, and the third one's in New Orleans.
And
they all have a very different feeling. I mean, I enjoyed the first one the most because it was set in Edinburgh.
Yeah, so, I'm in Edinburgh.
Yeah, so you'll probably be able to like relate in some way to kind of like feel that very like, even though it was summer because it's set through like a summer period, it still felt very like damp and cold in a way that the whole like it just felt very like atmospheric.
To be fair, the UK is very cold.
Yes, it is very cold. I think that's what I like about her writing is that it is very atmospheric. She's very good at writing like modern Gothic, which is why I'm kind of really intrigued by this because this is like urban fantasy. So I'm really intrigued by it.
I love urban fantasy.
Oh my god! When I read Threads That Bind at the start of the month, that book is so good. If you've not read it, I do recommend it. It's such good. The sequel's coming out, and I've pre-ordered it. I think it comes out in summer, and I've pre-ordered. I think it's June. I want to say June. And I pre-ordered it. So do recommend reading it. Okay, we've been chatting for ages. Yes. I'm going to go through some comments. So Paul is here. Hi, Paul. Paul says, "Hi, Elliot. Glad that you are doing sprints early in the morning. At least for me, it is. I like to get. Sorry, I can't read. At least for me, I like to get. You're reading Babylonian Codex by C.S. Graham and Age of Ash by Daniel Abraham. Interesting. So have you started them? Have you not started them? How far are you into them? Are you finishing them in this first sprint?
I know he was reading Babylonian Codex during my sprints, so it's been
okay
for that at least.
So you must be getting on with that quite well. He says, "Hi, James."
Hello.
Hi, Donna. Donna's here.
Hi,
Donna. Paul says, "Hi, Donna." Brittany's here. Hi, Brittany. And hi, Paul. Everyone's just saying hi, which is what I kind of expected. Everyone's just like, "Hi, Brittany. Hi, Paul. Hi, Donna."
Everyone knows each other. It's great.
I know, so nice. Everyone's just like, "Oh, I'm here." The meeting has started. And Donna says, "I'm wrapped up in a blanket. It's freaking cold here. Stupid snow. Oh no, waiting for my oldest to leave for work. Then may go back to sleep or may not."
I vote for sleep. I vote for sleep.
Yes. Well, I mean, a nap is always good. Where do you live? Because apparently here in the UK, it's more likely to snow at Easter than it is at Christmas, just based on like where we are in the world.
Yeah, I'm across like above the bay of Edinburgh. I'm in Fife.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did not get snow at Christmas.
Right.
But last year we did get it in March.
Yeah, I remember it snowed a lot. It was like a couple of years ago. Like there was no snow all winter. It was very cold, but very like it wasn't that wet. From what I remember, it was just very cold. And then it got to like Easter, and then it was like the first week of April, and it just started snowing. So random. It just feels wrong. Feels right. It's like supposed to be, it's like it's spring. Why is
Yeah.
it like it's so insane? But so far, like March has actually been fairly dry and also quite sunny. It's been quite nice. So
I spend most of my time in a warehouse, so I wouldn't know.
oh
Because
no.
I work at Amazon.
Yeah.
It's like this massive warehouse in Dunfermline, and it's massive. It is massive. So and there's no windows in the warehouse, so you don't really see outside. But on my days off, it's been very like it's grey outside
Mhm.
right now, and it's been very wet here.
Oh no.
Mm.
It was raining last night, but it's nice and sunny this morning. Although the big ominous cloud I can see over there. That's just British weather for you.
Yeah.
Uh, Paul says I have only 140 some pages, more pages to go. That's good. Yeah, you'll fly through that today.
Absolutely.
Donna says everyone votes for sleep, but my brain says otherwise.
Oh no.
What else do you have to do, Donna? That's the question. What else is important other than sleep? I'm from Canada. It snows for more than months that we had snow on Halloween. Oh God. Okay. Yeah. I hate Canada snows a lot.
Yeah.
um. Yeah, until April. Yeah. It's still like it. I mean, we rarely get snow in the UK. It's not like I
Yeah.
mean, and when it
No.
does happen, it's the freaking end of the world because no one knows what to do.
Yeah, I was definitely told that it would snow more than it actually does. So I was so excited when I first got here because
No.
I got to the UK in December and I was like so excited for snow. I did not see it until March.
And you probably just got a lot of rain, very cold rain instead.
Yes, though it hailed yesterday, and I was unfortunately walking home from grocery shopping.
Not fun. Hail's not the same. It's not fun. It's funny because we just go into crisis whenever there's a heat wave or whether it snows. Everyone just goes into crisis,
Mm.
but the rest of the world's just like, you're just stupid, and we're like, this never happens. Like
It happens all
happens
the
for like a
time.
week. It happens for a week, and then it doesn't happen again for like 2 years, and that's why we're just like, why we freak
Yeah.
out.
See, I can
Um,
handle the heat. I don't like the heat, but I can handle it because I'm Australian.
mhm,
I the snow is really weird.
yeah.
Took me a bit to learn how to walk in it because I kept slipping.
Yes. Yeah. It's fine when it's first fallen. And I'm just like I always walk on the road because I'm like at least I know it's been gritted probably and it'll be
Yeah.
fine.
Well,
Uh,
when I first got here, I thought the salt was ice
oh, okay.
because we don't salt our stuff in Australia because it doesn't snow.
It doesn't snow. Yeah,
No. So when I first saw it, I was like, "Oh, is that like frost or something?" But no, it's salt.
yeah. Just yeah. It's the worst thing after like 2 days when it's just like it's just ice and you're just
Yeah.
like, what do I even wear on my feet? How do I avoid slipping and falling? Um, yeah, it's not fun. Donna says you got this, Paul. You do. We believe in
You
you,
do.
Paul. You can finish your book. I have a whole day's worth of stuff, says Donna. Oh no. Yeah, so I'm sorry, Donna. I mean, I just always wait for sleep or reading, just anything that
Mm,
involves sitting or lying down, it's fine by me.
absolutely.
Um, and I'll take a bit of what I got now to both of you. Okay. Brittany says, I can send you some of our Canadians now. We got 80 centimeters in one storm last month. Oh
Jesus.
my God.
Why?
And like, that's just like a normal day for you. It's like, yeah, that's nothing. And we're just like, I'm just like freaking out thinking about that because like it would be like being back in like COVID time. It would just be like no one could leave their houses. It would be unsafe. So yeah, that's just insane.
Yeah.
Paul says I'm here until 9 a.m. Then I start my sprints. Where are you, Paul? What time zone are you in?
I think he's in America.
Okay. I was gonna
So
say
it's like
yes, early.
6 a.m. I think.
Very well, yeah. That's like the latest it could be in America as
Yeah.
well. I have to finish my book, but I'm annotating it, so can't really lay down, but I can sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a huge annotator. Are you an annotator, James?
No, I tried once. It was very much pushed into me when I was a child not to write in books. So the first time I ever wrote in a book to annotate, I was like, this is wrong, this is wrong.
Still very wrong, yeah. I don't know, like I think it just feels too much like school.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
much as I mean, I went to university twice. Like I love learning things and I like reading for study, but it feels like I'm studying it rather than reading it. And so for
yeah,
me, it's like, yeah, it's not that fun for me when I annotate. But although I probably benefit from it sometimes because sometimes I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I don't remember what happened like 3 chapters ago. Um, I am one of those people who will finish a book and immediately forget what happens.
Oh
Just
yeah, same.
like, okay.
Yeah,
I did start keeping a book journal and then I didn't keep up with it. And that did help me remember like what happened in books because I was like literally like writing my thoughts about certain things that happened. But yeah, I just didn't keep up with it. So
yeah.
um
It's very hard for me to put my thoughts down on paper,
mhm,
just because I'm not very good at articulating them. Like, and it's really ironic because I'm a writer,
mhm.
you know? It's like I sorry, I think my roommate's playing like this buzzing thing, so I don't know if you can hear that or not. Sorry, I got it's 10 a.m. I should not be this distracted.
It's all right.
What was I talking about?
Good question. We were talking about annotating books.
No, it's gone. I do have this one book that I tried to annotate. So there's like lines of pen in it, but I only got like one chapter in before I put it down. But I
Yeah.
have no idea what I was talking about before the distraction, so I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you were saying I remember you were saying you're a writer and that
Oh yeah,
it's funny that you can't articulate your thoughts. Okay. I did
yes.
say that it was nice and sunny. It's now raining. Well,
Yeah. And
welcome
now
to
I see blue.
Oh, you stole it. You stole in this you stole in the blue sky. Okay, cool. I get
I'm not sorry.
it.
We've been great for days. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I haven't written anything in a while, but it's ironic that as a writer I can't put down my thoughts
Hmm.
because like that's kind of all you do.
Yeah. Is it that you have like too many at once and you don't really know and it kind of just all fumbles together? Or is it
Yeah,
just
it's
yeah, because
that.
I get like that. I'm just like, I can't like where do you start in what you think about something? Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I get that. Um Donna says, "Yay, Paul sprints." We can always pop in and just be like, "Hey," then
Hi.
just pop in and tap the like button.
Absolutely.
Paul's Eastern time right now. It's 6:16 a.m.
Yeah.
That's early, Paul. Early. It's too early for me. I was like, I woke up at like, well, I woke up at about 8:30, I think, because it was so bright, and then went to sleep. And I woke up and saw that Jamie messaged me, and I was like, "I'm awake, I promise." Like, I'm here, I'm alive, I'm awake. I was like, "Don't panic, I'm here." So I was like, "I'll be
Yeah.
on in like 10 minutes." And so yeah, I literally just like woke up and started streaming.
Yeah, I
So
woke up at 8 just because I have to wake up at 5 for my work days.
oh no. Oh,
Like,
great.
6:16 is usually the time I have to be out the house by to get to work for
Ugh.
7.
I mean, you're heading into the time of year where it's actually quite nice
Yeah.
because it's like I like walking it like when it's nice in the morning
Yeah,
and it's
because it's
bright.
bright,
Yeah.
but in the
Winter,
winter when it's dark as shit, like, I do not see the sun
no.
4 days a week during the winter.
Well, my seasonal depression would not be like happy with that.
Oh, yeah, no, it was a struggle, and with the whole housing thing that I went through, as like, do I want to go back to Australia? I was like,
Mm.
legit crying to my mum. It's like, I want to go back home.
But you
But I got
stayed.
through it. I'm fine.
Yeah. Is it better here, or are you like?
I really do enjoy it here. I think I just needed like my mum.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's
Sometimes
back
you
in
just need
Australia,
to.
so
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah. Fair enough. To be honest, I miss schoolwork, says Donna. I do not.
I
I yeah.
I did not do anything the last couple years of high school. I barely graduated.
I know. See, I punished myself by doing a degree and then a master's degree. Thinking, oh yeah, I enjoy this. Let's go back. I was like, why am I doing this again? Like, I
Um,
am making this choice. Why am
I
I making?
do want to go back at some point to do a history degree because I love ancient history.
Mhm.
But I need to wait 3 years before local rates apply, and in Scotland for locals it's free, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but I've only been here a year,
Okay.
so
So you
I've
got to
still
wait
got
a couple of
2
years.
years.
Then you can study in Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's good though. Have you already started? Do you know when you're going to go, or where you're going to apply? Have you not even thought about it yet?
I've had a look. Like when I first moved here, I completely forgot that my dad was English, which gives me right of abode.
Okay.
I was like, I'm going to get a student visa. I'm going to study. So I was looking all over the country, and my top one was Roehampton down in London. But then I remembered my dad's English. I have right of abode. And then
Fair.
I somehow ended up in Edinburgh.
I mean, there are definitely worse places to be in the
Yeah.
UK. I mean, Edinburgh is such a beautiful place. So, I
It
mean,
is so pretty, and I was only
it
in
is.
there yesterday. So I think I'm gonna do like the University of Edinburgh, or maybe even University of Glasgow. It's like just do the
The only
commute.
thing I know about Glasgow there is that it is quite touristy. It's supposed to be the
Mm,
touristy. It is very studenty, so
yeah,
it's that kind of hub of, you know. Whereas Edinburgh is very much more relaxed and very like
yeah.
there's something very relaxing about Edinburgh. Donna says I have a whole TBR cart full of annotated books. Just again,
Nice.
it's not my bag. Like I get it, and I'm like,
Yeah,
and the way some people annotate books and like the colors of their tabs are very like aesthetically pleasing, and I'm just like, this looks so good. I'm just like, it's just not me.
yeah. I wish I could. I just can't.
Mm.
It's like stream hopping. I can't do it. I've
No,
tried it.
I struggle really hard. Yeah, I struggle. I'm like, no, I just need to be one stream.
Yeah.
I struggle with stream hopping as well. We are sending the snow your way. It has sadly turned to rain.
We don't
We
need
have
more
plenty.
rain.
I was
It's
gonna say
Scotland.
you
It
can
it
keep your
it
rain.
rains every single day.
Yes,
We do not
yeah,
need rain.
we're good. We've had our quota of rain.
Yes. The sidewalk is never dry, man.
True, it very rarely is. Paul says I've been awake since 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. Is that by choice or not? I definitely would not want to be awake from 4 a.m. Although again, it's that time of year where like seeing the sunrise is quite nice. Because it does it so early now. It's just nice.
I'm
Donna
still
says
getting used to this time of year being sunny,
yeah.
just because it's usually like getting darker earlier in Australia because
So
it's
you've been
opposite.
oh of course, yeah. So you've been here just just over a year then?
Yeah, so I came in December 2022.
Yeah. Because last spring wasn't so bad. There were a couple of springs where it just rained and rained and rained and rained. There was just no, like, it was literally like autumn, it rained. Winter, it was cold, very cold, and it rained. Spring it's like 14 degrees, and there's like a nice, like, spring breeze, and it's raining. So it
Yeah,
was like, it's just
that
so
was
dark.
it was like
Whereas,
that last year as well for us.
yeah, and then like this year it seems that like it seems to be raining more at night, and then like during the day it seems okay. Again, the rain has stopped and the blue sky's back. Just letting everybody know, like this is just the crazy weather that we have.
Like, I am. It did take me a while to not be scared during winter because in winter Australia it's thunderstorms.
Okay.
Like they are very common, and I knew people that had their roofs torn off by the winds. So it was like winter was a very scary time for me.
Right. Okay.
So I was like, oh, when's the thunderstorm coming? When's the thunderstorm coming? And it never came. I've been here a year and 4 months, not a single thunderstorm.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I feel like we're more likely to get them in. We had a couple in summer last year because obviously it's so humid that
Yeah.
that's what tends to be when you get them. Yeah, over winter you'll like never see a thunderstorm. It's
Yeah.
just too cold and damp for that. Whereas when the air pressure's so like bad in summer, that's when you get a lot of thunderstorms here. Donna says I woke at 4:30, passed back out, woke back up at 5:30. Oh no.
Yeah,
That's
but
not fun.
Donna's son works early and she drives him.
But
So
yes.
she has to wake up early for it.
But again, no, I don't like waking 4:30. No. Definitely
Yes.
not. If anything, I'm more likely to stay up until that time and then go to sleep. Even though I feel like I'm getting too old to do that now.
How old are you, if you don't mind?
I'm 29.
That's not that old. I'm 23, dude.
No, but I'm like, it's getting old. Like staying up all night isn't really working. I can't do it anymore. Like I will eventually just fall asleep. It's getting to that point where I'm just like, I need to rest. My body aches.
That's
Um, and Paul says that is because I had spasms throughout my body. Oh no. Okay. So you were awake early. No. Paul says I'm older than all of you. We won't ask you, Paul. We won't ask you how old you are. We will. Yes, we will be dignified and not ask you. But that is the end of the comments. We've chatted for half an hour. I thought we'd be getting like, going straight away, but
Me
here we
too. It's
are.
never usually this busy for my
No,
stream.
everyone's like, even though there's only like 3 or 4 people here, everyone's like raring to go for
Yeah.
the day. Nice. So we will start a sprint. Are we good with an hour to start
Yes.
with? I'm thinking like an hour, then another hour, and then 2:45. Maybe we'll stick to the hours. I don't know, but we're gonna do an hour to start with. If that's good with all of you,
Yes, that was good with me.
we will start then, and then we'll see you in an hour.
Cool. Hello.
Hello. Sorry, there was literally like 10 seconds left on that chapter, and I was like, well, I'll be slightly late. It's fine.
That's fair.
So I've got chapter 67, so there's only like 3-4 chapters left, but I will listen to those and finish it in the next sprint.
Yeah.
How did you do? What were you doing?
I read 36 pages of Sunbringer.
Nice.
It's really good.
Is it really? Is it as good as the first one?
It is. Yes.
Okay. You're like, oh, you want to get back to it, clearly.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is going to end on a cliffhanger.
Mm.
And I was reading in the acknowledgements, or like, the little back bit of the book, that she wrote all 3 books back to back between 2020 and 2021. So I feel like it's just going to be like one long continuous story. So if it ends on a cliffhanger, I'm going to kill Laura. No, I'm only kidding. Just choosing a book that ends on a cliffhanger. I'm like, no, like I want it to have it did have a conclusion. It does feel like this is a lot of setup for the next one. So
Yeah.
I might have to read that fairly soon because it is very, very good. I am enjoying it a hell of a lot. So yeah, you're really enjoying Sunbringer. Good.
It's really good.
I will have to read Godkiller fairly soon. Is it down there? I think I can see it down there. Yeah, I think it. What's that? Sorry.
I put Godkiller up there on my wall of books.
Just trying to like reorganize my like TBR shelf.
It's that one.
Oh, nice. Okay. Also, you saying that you moved? How did you move all of your books?
Luckily, I am literally 5 houses down from my last place.
So it wasn't too bad.
No, so I grabbed like the I have a whole bunch of these.
Okay. So you were just like back and forth, like
back and forth, back and forth.
Fair enough. I was like, because I remember you saying you moved. I was like, I remember you saying you have what, like 400 books or something insane.
I've bought quite a few books since I last counted, but my last count was 475. It's probably over 500 now.
Well, I mean, it's still not a library yet. You've still got a ways to go.
It's halfway to a library.
Yeah, halfway there. I just don't have the space. I wish I had more space for books. I just don't. So I am trying to be like, if I don't love it, I can just get rid of it. And then if I want to buy it again, I can always buy it secondhand or buy it on my Kindle or whatever. So anything that I love, I'll keep. But yeah, I'm trying to conserve the space that I have. So yeah. Anyway.
If I did live by myself and if I had my own place, I would just keep all of my books.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't. I live with someone. So when I told him that I had I have over 400 books, he was like, "What?"
But you managed to store them all. You've managed to keep them all there.
Yes, well, I have my wall of books. I have those ones down there as well.
Okay.
I've got piles as well, and then the trunk that I'm sitting on is full of books as well. There's 150 in here.
Okay, you've just about managed it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what everyone else has been getting up to.
Yes.
Paul says 61. Oh, so Donna said he's the grandpa of the group.
Yes.
Paul said 61 in August. Wow. This was from the conversation before. Yeah, Donna said now is good. Sorry, we're just catching up here. Donna says if she's not in the chat, she has gone back to sleep. Well, that's fine. We encourage plenty of rest. So
we vote for sleep.
We always vote for sleep. Beatrice is here. Hello, bitches. How are you doing this morning? I know you're not very well. I think you mentioned it somewhere. and I remember you saying it went very well. So I hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I 100% forgot that you were sprinting today, but I just got to my computer. No worries. I keep changing the time of this. It was
Yeah.
yesterday, and then I was like, I messaged James to see when he was free, and I was like, oh, I'll just like put it forward to the next. I'll just change the date to tomorrow, and then I had to like set the time back, and it's been a bit of a mess, but that's my fault, so don't worry. Vanessa's here. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi, Vanessa.
I'm setting up a new diamond painting this morning while listening to Pucking Around. How are you enjoying Pucking Around? I haven't read a lot of Why Choose like romance, so I'm intrigued to know what people think of it. But I know that that's like a big part of that book. So I want to know more about it. I mean, have you read it, James? Are you a romance reader? Do you read a lot of romance?
I tend to have like phases with romance. I am mostly fantasy, but I do have quite a lot of romance that I will eventually get to.
I think for me, like, sorry, go on. No, go on.
Okay,
Sorry.
I've just bought the Chestnut Springs series.
Okay.
Very excited to read that. I don't know how much of these are Why Choose. But
it's not as common as a trope, I don't think.
It's definitely more of a dark romance thing. I do quite like dark romance, but I don't have that many of them. But I follow a lot of people on TikTok that are really into dark romance, and they're like constantly talking about it. So
I find that for me, like, romance is just a great. I call it like a brain cleanser.
yeah, it's like a palate cleanser.
Yeah, when you kind of read a lot of like fantasy and you read a lot of like heavy, or even if it's just like even if it's just fairly light fantasy, I feel like it's just like engages your brain in a very different way. Whereas sometimes it's just nice to read a story about real people in the real world doing real people things. So I feel like that's why my brain likes it, because it's just like, oh, this is so like it's so. I don't want to say that it's easy, but like fantasy is hard by comparison, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah.
So yeah, I like reading romance, or even just like again, just like contemporary good, because it's just people doing things, and I'm a person that does things, so it's nice to just read something that's more relatable every now and again.
Yeah, and I quite like Ali Hazelwood. Like I've got her new one, Bride, right here.
Isn't that that's the like Omegaverse one, right, with the werewolf?
Not Omegaverse, but it has elements of Omegaverse in it, like the whole nodding thing. That's what threw a lot of people. But it has introduced a lot of people to the Omegaverse, which I am very for, because I do like the Omegaverse.
I've not read it. I think between like is Ali Hazelwood and Emily Henry people tend to like gravitate towards as kind of.
Yeah, I read You and Me on Vacation. It took me a month to read that. It put me in a slump, and it was a 1-star from me.
Oh dear, I feel it's not the best one.
No, a lot of people, it's hit or miss with that one. But I am going to try again with her. I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Oh, there it is. I have Happy Place by her. And I've heard that's a good one. But Leandra hates it. So
really?
So we will see.
Wow, okay. I know that one tends to be a bit of a crowd pleaser mostly. Like I think if you're going to read one, then that's the one you read.
Yeah.
That kind of vibe.
But a lot of Emily Henry's are like you either love it or you hate it.
Yeah.
But a lot of people that do like Emily Henry don't like You and Me on Vacation, which is People We Meet in Vacation in America for some reason. It's like 2 different titles.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it actually took me like a minute to realize that People We Meet on Vacation and You and Me on Vacation are like the same book.
Yeah. Yeah. It's weird when they do that with books. I don't really understand.
Yeah. Like they changed the 7.5 Deaths of whatever because it was similar to the 7 Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah. Yeah, the 7.5 deaths of Evelyn Hardcastle. Even
Yeah.
has like first name.
Yeah.
Like,
So in like North America, it's the 7.5, but everywhere else, it's 7 deaths.
Okay, there are lots of comments, so I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Dee Dee's here.
But-
Hey, Dee Dee.
Hello. Hi, Dee Dee.
Morning. Another fellow Brit in the same time zone as us.
Yeah.
Beatrice says hi, Vanessa. Hi, Dee Dee. Okay, yeah. So Vanessa also asked if Beatrice was doing better. I did not see this. I'm feeling better. Yes, today I've just have some headaches, but I really hope I can feel better soon. Well, that's not good, and I know you're sprinting today, so hopefully your sprints will be nice and chill.
Yeah.
Get through some books, and you could always just like lay your head down, read, like listen to an audiobook if you're feeling a little bit like your eyes can't read.
Yeah.
And Dee Dee's just saying hi to everybody. Hello, everybody. Got only 119 more pages to go in the Babylonian Codex. I don't know why I
You do that, you'll finish it.
You can do that with an our sprints.
You.
You still have time. Paul says hello to everybody. Brittany says got to 38%. Nice. So what are you reading, Brittany?
Yeah, did she mention it before?
I don't know.
I don't think she did.
I don't think she did. Beatrice says hi, Paul.
No, she's
76% into Pucking Around. Ooh, so you must be. Are you enjoying it?
Yes.
Hi, Brittany.
I do need to buy it. I saw it in Waterstones yesterday. I was like, do I want to buy it? Do I want to? I did not buy
it. I've not read like sports romance before, so
yeah, neither. But I have quite a few of them. I have 2 of Mariana Zapata's books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's it. Actually, I have no idea.
I don't own any. I probably only own about like 70 books maximum, which is not very many. But again, I don't have a lot of space, so. Vanessa says I moved about 5 months ago, and suitcases were so handy in transporting books. Yeah.
When I first moved here, I brought over like 30 books, and they fit in my suitcases.
Wow. Okay.
I had to give the rest away. I did like because it was around Christmas time. I did like advent calendars with books. I like wrapped all of them up and put numbers on all of them, and gave them to like 3 or 4 people. And then I still had like over 100 books to give away, so I gave them up to a friend.
Oh no, I would hate to. I mean, it would make me happy to make them happy, but it would be. I would be like, I don't want to part with my books.
Oh yeah, I struggled with the ones that I brought over. I do wish I brought over some different ones. Like I had the Royal Bastard series in hardcover, which is really hard to get in Australia. Australia doesn't print hardcovers, so they've also always got to like import them. And it's really expensive, so they just don't.
Why don't they print hardcovers?
They've only just started printing paperbacks like 5-10 years ago, so
that's insane.
Yeah.
But there we go. Dee says I need to count my books.
Yeah, I need to recount.
And whatever you say, I will always just tell you it's not enough. So it's a dangerous game to play.
It is.
Dee Dee says, Paul, are you still doing sprints today? Paul said yes. Nice. Beatrice says, I am sick. Yes, I am doing a bit better today, which is good, especially for my sprints later. Yeah. Just make sure you're up for it.
Yeah, you definitely looked like you were having a time yesterday on Donna's sprints.
Yeah, you don't want to do too much. If you need rest up. Again, you can always listen to an audiobook if you're wanting to make progress and be productive. And he says, yay, hopefully I can pop in. Yes, everybody go and watch Paul when he starts sprinting.
Yes.
And Vanessa, I'm absolutely loving the why choose element. I don't think I've read anything yet with this level of sexy times across all of the partners and not just hetero one-on-one. Interesting. So it's
Now I really want that. I should
I
have
want to read that.
done it yesterday.
I think I'm just really intrigued by the overlapping like relationships and how that's done, like how that's written and how it's not confusing. Because I get easily confused. So I feel like I need to sort of read it just to see how well it can be done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dee says Chestnut Springs doesn't have white cheese.
Yeah, I knew that. I was just saying that I wasn't sure how many of my books overall have why choose in them.
Lilac by B.B. Reed has white cheese and is a reverse harem. Oh, interesting.
So with that, we stopped using reverse harem and changed it to why choose because reverse harem does have racist roots. So we've changed it to why choose, as in why choose between partners when you can have all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
Yes. So it's why choose and not
Didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Vanessa's looking it up now. It's also Enemies to Lovers. Say less, Dee.
Yeah,
There you go, Vanessa. Another book that you need to read now. And Dee says, "Lol, yes, Vanessa. There's also swordplay. That's interesting. Ooh la la."
Ooh la la.
Says Vanessa. Back to your conversation there, James. Vanessa says another book that has multiple titles is The Heartless Hunter and The Crimson Moth. Same book, just different names in US and UK.
Now that is confusing because at least the other ones were similar, but
yeah, that's like complete. Although I have one like that. Let me just look it up. Let me look this up. I picked up this thriller. I actually found it in Poundland, interestingly enough, but it sounded really good, and I was like, "This is a weird place to find this book." But anyway, the UK title is "Eyes Like Mine" by Sheena Kamal, and then I think it has a completely different title because I've seen another cover, and I was like, "Is this even the same book?" Let me have a look. I can't find it now. The Lost One.
The Lost One.
Yeah, The Lost One. So it's like a completely different title, which is annoying. Because I was like, I don't know, this is the same book. Apparently, it's a trilogy as well, but I'll see if it's any good. I don't know. Brittany might be reading Mindfuck Book 1, The Risk, at least that's what Goodreads says. Lol. Okay, yeah, I've seen this book before. Yeah, I've seen the cover.
Yeah. You cannot get the individual books printed like in physical. You've got to get the omnibus.
Okay.
So this has all 5 of them in there.
Okay, cool.
Sorry, that got me out of breath.
You're looking at the book. You're like, I need to find it. I need to find it.
It was literally just right on the top there as well. It was more the climbing in and out.
So, well, at least you found it. I mean, so okay. So how short are they? Are they quite short then, each book?
Yeah, they're like 120 pages each, so they're quite short.
And Dee says, I'm listening to My Dark Romeo. Jacob Morgan's narrations have me in a chokehold, going to get to 50%, currently at 33%. Then I have to switch to my book club book. Fair enough. I mean, that's good progress. Yeah, good progress. Have you read it, James?
No, I have not.
No, fair enough. Then you were saying you quite like dark romance and things like that.
Yeah, I need to read more. I've only read a couple. So like my next dark romance that I want to read is Haunting Adeline, and I have the entirety of the like the Krupp series by Penelope Douglas. Yeah.
And then Beatrice says, Vanessa the Heartless Hunter, I'm very intrigued now. But it says, Dee Dee, I'm sensing we have similar tastes. It definitely seems so. And Dee Dee says, oh, the Mindfuck series is on Kindle Unlimited. Ooh,
It
interesting.
is. That's how I read the first one on Kindle Unlimited a while ago, like a couple years ago. I was like, I really like this. I want it in paperback, like physical. The only problem is, look at those lines.
Oh.
Yeah, the formatting's fucked.
Oh, that is annoying. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, at least it looks like it'll be so quick to read.
yeah, it does, and it will be, but that's just the formatting, man. When I have to do that to me.
Okay. And then Brittany says, sorry, I was parenting. I am reading. Mindfuck. How dare you parent? How dare you do irresponsible things, Brittany?
You should read 24/7.
No, that's yeah, understandable. And Dee says, I think we do, Vanessa. Yeah. Oh, sorry. And Beatrice says, I'm okay. I was okay-ish in Donna's sprints. Let's see how it goes today. Luckily, I have some wonderful co-hosts that can take the stage for me. Yeah, just make them do all the work. Don't do anything yourself. Just like
Absolutely.
all you have to do is sit there and go through some comments. They can just read them out. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Just let them do it. And also that tomorrow the med's running out of my body. Well, I mean, is that good? Is that good? I don't know if that's good or bad.
Maybe she's gotten to the end of her meds, so maybe.
Oh, okay. And then Dee Dee says, oh, now I know Tar.
Yeah.
Roll every time. Yeah. You've just like it's just like you've rolled out of a moving vehicle.
I have no idea why I did that coming back in.
You just didn't want to miss the opportunity to talk about the book. That's all.
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's funny. And Beatrice says tomorrow. No, yesterday? What?
Okay, so yesterday, it was. I've got the words. I just need to.
That's fine.
Yesterday, the meds. I lost it.
Oh, Beatrice just said yesterday I took the meds at like 9-10 a.m. and at like 5-ish p.m. they were not of much value.
Okay, so they wore off. That's the word. They wore off.
That's what. Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to say.
That's what I was trying to
say. Okay. I think that's the end of the comments for now.
Yeah.
Are we feeling another sprint, everybody? Yes. I mean, I want to finish this book. I want to get it done, and then I want to make some food.
Do you know how long you have left?
Sorry?
Do you know how long you have left of the book?
On the let me check the audio. Actually, I could probably read the last bit like faster, but I'm kind of just feeling lazy. So
yeah.
41 minutes, so I have time to like listen and then make food and stuff. So yes, I have 40 minutes. Yes, more sprints, says Vanessa. How long? Are we feeling another hour?
Yes.
An hour's good with me because then I can like I say, finish and then make some food. But if anyone wants longer, we can always go slightly longer. Then it wants a 45-minute nice short one. Well, I say short, it's like a good medium between like half an hour and an hour. So I'm feeling 60 minutes, but what about other people?
I'm fine with whatever, though the longer the better.
Okay, so you can really get into Sunbringer.
Yeah.
What's your like typical like reading speed? Mine's slow down with this. Like it's so slow.
Romance, and like just normal size font, I can read a page a minute.
Yeah.
But this is a bit smaller and it's a bit more condensed, so it's like less.
Yeah. I'm probably around the same speed as you. Yeah, I mean, I think even probably slightly faster with romance. I mean, if fantasy is always really interesting because it takes you like a good 10-15% of the book to get into it. So it's fine that I'm slower, and then when I'm in it, I'm like, oh, this is really good, and I'm really engaged, so I read a lot faster.
Yeah, and that's me at the
Fantasy is
moment.
always going to be a slower one anyway.
Yeah.
DD to 60.
She's really good at describing things, so I want to like read every single word.
Oh
But
yeah,
that slows me down a little bit.
yeah. You wanna take it all in and devour every word. Yeah. DD is saying 60.
Yeah.
Venice says I read so slow on my Kindle compared to a physical book. No idea why. Which is funny because for a lot of people it tends to be the opposite.
I'm the same, so I prefer to read physically over using my Kindle.
I like a mixture of both. I think I miss when I'm reading my Kindle. I miss holding a physical book. But my brain doesn't like seeing a lot of words. So like if I'm looking at a double page spread, my brain is like, this is too much going on, and I need to. So I often read like this, and I move back and forth.
Yeah, like
yeah. So I feel like my Kindle is slightly faster, but I wouldn't say it's like that much faster. And it really does depend on what I'm reading. Again, like fantasy is just a slower thing. But yeah, no, interesting that both of you, it's a slower read. I mean, do you have a reason why for you?
no idea.
No idea. Have you tried have you adjusted like the settings to see like if it's just
Yeah, I think it's just because it's too bright. Like even on the lower ones, it's like there's no correct one. It's like either too bright or you go one less and it's too dark.
too dim? Okay,
Yeah.
that is annoying.
Yeah.
Plus,
I just like the feel of it physically.
Oh yeah, I
I'm
prefer.
very much of the mind that anything digital I don't actually own. So
Yeah, that is something I do think as well sometimes. Also, I love a good with a book with a good flop.
yes, this is not one of them because it's on
No,
a cover.
like this is a good
But
like when you open it, it like lies open, like a book should. So yeah, I like a good like I like flicking through books. It's a nice
floopy
thing.
This one's quite floopy.
Which one? Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
What book is that?
That's Mindfuck.
Yeah, that looks like a good flop on that one. And Vanessa says I had to have all my textbooks physically in undergrad and grad school, and I had some big books. Oh no. I honestly just like got everything digitally, and the Control F or the Command F function on a web browser is a little bit.
Is what an appendices is from.
Yeah, but why? I could just search it and then I can just cycle through every time that word is mentioned and be like, "Oh, that's useful. I'll just take that," and that's fine. So yeah, I mean, I rarely read anything physical or like quoted anything physical in my degrees because I was too lazy to go browsing for books in the library.
That's fair.
I did every now and again. And I did for my dissertation, but not like if I had an essay, I was like, I'm just gonna sit on my laptop in bed and just like look things up and hope for the best. And Dee says I read quicker on my Kindle, especially now that I have a page turner thingy, but a physical book I'm slow about 33 to 35 pages an hour. But I also annotate, so that slows me down too. I'd say that it's average because I was looking it up and I was like, I swear I'm like a really slow reader, and I'm like average to like slightly faster than average, depending again, massively depending on what I'm reading. But I was like, oh, like I think it between 30 and 40 pages is like average reading speed.
Oh yeah, when I'm reading middle grade, I fly through it.
Oh yeah.
So those were the times where I was like reading like over 100 pages in one sprint. It's like a 90-minute sprint because Leandra likes to do 90-minute sprints. And it was like, yeah, I read 114 pages. And they're like, what?
I think I was there for one of those and I was like, James, like what?
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah. It's that's funny though. Yeah, I mean, when you read the Cassidy Blake series by V. Schwab, you will fly through those because I think they're double spaced, which is always really nice because it's just like your brain just it's just so nice to read through.
Yeah.
Two, it's just not overly complicated.
Yeah, I
And
did
like,
flip through one of them and they were like large print.
yeah. And you know when like I feel like when you're reading sometimes when you're reading an adult fantasy and it's kind of like, oh, there is so many like overlapping and a lot of things happening all at once, and you're just kind of like, this is so overcomplicated to the point that I feel like it's unnecessary.
Mm.
In like middle grade fantasy, it's like there's just like one thing happening, and they're doing that one thing, and then it concludes, and then the next thing happens, and I'm
Yeah.
like, just nice. It's just nice to read.
No,
So yeah,
I do have a recommendation for middle grade fantasy just before we get into this sprint. Beltora Quest.
oh,
This is
okay,
the second series. The first one's over there. I'm not getting up again. It's an Australian series. I read
okay.
these when I was a kid. I loved
Mhm.
them. I just reread the first series. There's 8 of them. And then there's 3 in here. And then the third one has dragons. And there's 4 of them.
Nice.
And that one's my favorite. But I need to read this one first.
Okay. Send me a picture or something so then I know.
Yes, I
Just send
will.
me like Discord or whatever. So then I won't forget. Yeah, I mean, I'm always down to read middle grade fantasy. Just again, I think it's nice to take things back to basics. I think the only reason why you wouldn't enjoy Cassidy Blake is if one, you don't like when kids are in older than they are, which for me is what is preferable. I much prefer when kids don't sound like kids.
Yeah, me too.
And
Well, it
if
depends. If it's like teenagers, then I understand that because they're starting to you know, like the protagonist is 16 in this. He acts 16.
right,
You know? But if it's like 7, 8 and they act like 20-year-olds, then that completely
I would say
freaks me out.
so. Like Cassidy in this book. So I think from what I remember, Cassidy is 12, and
Mm.
Jacob's 13, or is he 12? I don't know what it tells you about Jacob on the blurb, so I won't spoil it. But he's around the same age, and then they meet another character in Edinburgh who's like the same age. But
Right.
but it's kind of in the same vein as like Harry Potter. Like to me, Harry Potter was never 12. Like in my
Yeah.
head, like he was never like it never sounded like he was a child, if that makes
Yes.
sense.
Yeah,
Uh,
and that's fine. But if it's like 7 or 8 and they're acting like
yeah.
that, then that character should have been older.
I think it's good because she doesn't sound like a pestilent child, but also like she has a lot of those anxieties of like preteen anxiety of you know, and it kind of marries quite well. Um, and I think if you do, I mean, if the only other reason why you might not like it is if you don't like her character, but I quite enjoyed her character. Um, and and I think when you meet the balance of all three of the main characters, it all kind of makes sense. It's kind of like if I was to read a Harry Potter book with just Harry, Ron, or Hermione, I think it would be pretty insufferable. But
Yeah.
because they're all
Oh, yeah.
three there, it's kind of like this fine balance, and I felt very much the same reading the cat series.
Cool. Well, I'm
Yeah,
very excited to read that then.
I'm excited for you to read it and let me know your thoughts because I flew through them. I read the first one last year, and then I read the other two this year. The second one was, I think rated them like 5.45. I think that's how I rated them. Um, Again, I think it's purely based on like vibes and the setting. And I
Yeah.
found that the setting of Paris wasn't my favorite, even though I know the history of like ghosts and stuff there and like the catacombs and stuff, which
Yeah.
is kind of the main point of it. But yeah, I'll see. I'm intrigued to see what you think of them. Again, you'll fly through them. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking May or June for my VE Schwab read through, so I'll
Okay.
let you know.
Yes, do. Again, hopefully by then I'll have read more. I'll have read this. and then I do want to finish the Dark Shades of Magic trilogy, the original trilogy, and I want to finish, like, this is a duology, so I want to read Our Dark Duet, which is the other one. And I do want to read. I still need to Adi Larue. I did read Gallant. Wasn't my favorite.
Yeah, I when that first came out, I think a lot of people were disappointed with it. I think because they were comparing it to Addie LaRue.
Okay.
Because
For me, it was just very much. I don't want to say this and then like skew your opinion, but it was a lot of vibes, but not a lot of plot.
mm,
And it was I loved the cast of characters in it, like they were great, and that's probably why I read it all the way through. But it just like kind of was, I don't know, it never really grounded itself in its plot, if that makes sense. There was never like a the plot is very conceptual, so therefore it kind of doesn't
it's more
feel
of an
very.
idea than an actual thing.
It's kind of it is happening, but it's very kind of just happening around. I don't know how to describe it, but it wasn't my favorite thing, and I felt like she was trying to go for something slightly different in her writing style, which is fine, and it
Yeah,
was still readable, and it's still very much read like one of her books, but um, it just wasn't my favorite. I mean, I kind of want to reread it to see whether it's just at the time I just wasn't enjoying it, whether I'd probably enjoy it. I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe it was the wrong time to read it, but yeah, I don't know. Okay, right. I think we should
yes,
pause there. I feel like
yeah.
we need to sprint. We just need to sprint. We need to go. We need to have another hour.
We were talking about sprinting 10 minutes ago.
I know, and now I'm like, okay, we really should sprint now.
Yes.
And then we can come back to the comments after. Okay, so I will set this going, and we'll see you in another hour.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. I have been gone because there is a man outside whistling in the most annoying way.
Okay.
So that's fun. How did you get on, James?
I read 41 pages.
Nice. So you've made. You mean you must be over 100 now?
Yes, 111.
Nice. Okay, good progress. Are you still loving it?
Yes.
Okay, good. You're making me want to put God Killer on my April TBR now.
Do it.
I do need to figure out what my TBR is going to be for the month. I have a list of the books I want to buy, but not my TBR yet. So we'll see.
You need God Killer on your TBR.
Well, I should read it very soon. I finished The Blighted Stars.
Yeah.
It's somewhere between like a 3.75 and a 4. It's still quite high, and I still want to read the second one, and I believe the third one comes out in May. So I want to read I do want to finish the story, especially she wrote them all so closely together. I feel like it's going to be like one big, long, complete story, which would be nice. So yeah, I will be buying The Fractured Dark, which is the sequel. And then, I mean, while I was doing that, I had my headphones on. I was like doing my washing and like washing the dishes and stuff. So I was being very productive, but I finished it. It was very, very good. Good setup for the second one. And I'm excited to kind of get on with this now.
Did it end in a cliffhanger?
A little bit, but no. I mean, it did kind of conclude in a way that it felt very clean. But there's still plenty of there to explore in like the next one, and then hopefully, obviously, the third one. So I probably will complete the trilogy. Yeah, so we'll see. Let's see how other people got on. My watch is making noise. So Vanessa said, would have been nice to have everything digitally, but for some reason my brain couldn't do it. This is when we were talking about like studying in university and things. I mean, there wasn't a ton of stuff. Yeah, I mean, like if there wasn't a ton of stuff that was available, but I kind of just picked out what I needed and manipulated it to what I wanted. So, yeah, I got around it quite well. Dee says a book with a good wiggle is top tier. You are correct. Yeah, Fractured the Blighted Stars even has a nice. Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. Unfortunately, this is not a good wobble. This is a very rigid read. Yeah, another good one. Not as good, but a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Vanessa says, I have repressed my dissertation memories. Same. From my first year, from my first degree. Don't really remember it. I think I did it all in like the space of a month and then was like, here you go. And I barely edited it and then somehow I passed. So that was what happened with mine. And then my master's one was okay. I just kept delaying it because with masters, like they kind of expect people doing masters to have like a life out of studying. Like when you're kind of an undergrad, they expect you to prioritize being a student. Whereas like there were like they know people on like there were people on my course. There was a wide range of age ranges on my course, and a lot of them have like children and real life jobs and things going on. So they were a bit more relaxed, and they gave us. You were allowed like one extension that you could just say like, I need this extension. They'd be like, yeah, no problem, and then you could pay for another one. I did end up paying for another one, but it came out of my loan, so it wasn't like it was like it was fine. But it took me like a year to complete my dissertation. It's just like I'm just procrastinating on this. I should just get it done and hand it in. But I did it, and I did quite well. So I can't really ask for more than that. I did have fun with it, though. It was just a lot of writing. It is a lot of writing. I think my undergrad was 10,000 words, and my postgrad was 15,000 words. So it's even more. So yeah, it was a lot. It was a hell of a lot. And then you have to like format the document. So you have to literally make it like with like contents pages and everything kind of work. Yeah, it was a lot of work, but I did it. Yeah, they're not easy, fun things to do.
Putting me off going to uni.
Well, to be fair, like in some courses you have. I mean, what would you study? History, did you say?
Yeah.
I mean, when you're the thing is because you have so long to do it, it doesn't feel the best way to approach it. The best way that we were told to approach it is think of it as like each chapter is just a separate essay. You're just doing like 3 or 4 different essays, like compiled together. That's literally like it's like 4 different assignments that you would normally have, and then combine them together, and it's a full project. So it didn't feel like when you digest it and you break it down, it doesn't feel. It's when you're like, oh my god, I have to write 10,000 words, and when you first have that thought, you're like, oh, this is daunting. But then you realize that like throughout the course of the year, you've probably written more than that for other assignments anyway.
Yeah.
So it kind of balances out. Like you kind of think, well, actually, it's not too bad. And if I just break it down per essay, then it's not hugely terrible. I think it's just time consuming with like the formatting, doing your bibliography, like doing all of that, making sure all of your like referencing is correct. Like that's just all the admin of the project is very like time consuming.
Yeah. Not to interrupt you, but I opened this and figured out what that is.
Oh my god, it's so pretty.
Yeah.
Did you get the hardback of Godkiller as well?
No.
See, I got
it too late, so the hardcover isn't available anymore. But...
Yeah, I got the paperback not long ago. But yeah, so that's kind of sad.
I got it in February, so.
Thing is, I think I am best reading it soon because if I love it, then I'll want that. I want that. So, yeah.
Yeah. But I did just get to the point in the story where I know what this
explains what that is. Okay, cool. Excellent.
Yeah, it's so pretty.
It is really pretty. Oh, yes. I really need to read the first one.
Yes, you do.
So yeah, Donna says, so I only took less than a 5 or 10 minute nap, cancelled my dentist, woke my husband and made a tea. Still fairly productive. And yay, no dentist. At least you have to go. Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Elliot and James. I've been lurking for the last 45 minutes, but can't stay as I have to go to work. Meh. Wait, let's see if I'll do the thing. Yeah.
You have an apple.
I do, yeah. Working on a Saturday is not fun. No.
Sorry to miss you, Mum.
I read my morning 10 pages of Arabian Nights. Happy sprinting, everyone. Oh, that's good. I'm glad you got that done before you were able to go to work. She's probably long gone.
She really likes that book as well. So
good. I mean, yeah. But she's probably long gone. But yes, hello, goodbye, Nicole. Paul says, I have only 76 more pages to go. I will keep you running, but I have to go and get ready. Of course, you are sprinting yourself, so it's nice to have you. Good. I mean, like I said, you'll definitely finish that today, which is a nice thing. Vanessa says 85%, and I'm in intense hockey scene at the moment. Ooh, okay. Cool. I'm guessing you are loving it because you've made really good progress.
Yeah. It's a long book as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
What, looking around?
Thick.
Okay. Oh, well, I mean, she's listening to it, I think, which helps. This that massively helped with this. Like, I am tempted to get the paper book of The Fractured Dark, but I'm also just really tempted to just listen to the audiobook because this is just I don't know. I find dense text just really hard. I get really like sad when I'm reading really slow. So
Same.
I'm like, oh, I can't just like read it, and it's not going fast enough.
Yeah,
So
it's like this.
um,
This is like I'm reading 40 pages an hour instead of my usual 60, and it's
yeah,
like this is going so slow, but it's so good.
yeah. When it's good, yeah. I mean, I think my issue is that I do think this was just slightly long. I think that's why it's not higher.
Yeah,
And I'd say in up until about 50%, it had some pacing issues. It kind of was very like high octane and then suddenly very slow. It was very kind of one or the other, and then it kind of stays consistent in the second half. So if it hadn't have done that, it would have been a 3.5. I think like 3.75 is probably more accurate. I still really enjoyed it, and I'll still finish them.
yeah.
And Aditi says, hi, Nicole. Donnie says, checked messages and read 11 pages. I mean, progress is progress.
Well done.
Especially if you've had a nap, done some life admin, and made tea. So you've done a lot of things.
And woke the husband, so.
Yes, exactly.
That can be hard.
That could be a challenge in and of itself. Didi says, I got to 40% and chatted to my mum. What are you reading, Didi? Did you say?
I don't remember.
I don't remember what Didi's reading. Didi, we have terrible memories. Please just tell us.
Yeah. Literally, so much memory problems.
Honestly, like I don't remember half of what happened in this book already. But that happens with every book. Donna says, Elliot, put God Killer on your April TBR. I will do that for you. Tell you what, I might actually, because once I finished this and then Dorian Gray, let me have a look at my TBR for this month while we're talking about it. Because on Goodreads now, I like make lists for each month of like what's on my, and then just clear it out at the end of the month. So I think once I've done, I think Babel is on my, or Babel, whichever way you want to say it, is on my March TBR, but I don't think I'm going to actually get through it all in the next week with other things. I actually might. I'm going to listen to The Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo this week because that's on my March TBR. What?
Oh, I love that book.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I have it as an audiobook, so I'll be listening to that this week. Because with audiobooks, I tend to like when I'll listen to it like walking to work on my lunch break and then walking home from work. So then I can make, and then I'll probably listen like an hour or so at home. So I do make good progress throughout a week. It'll probably take me like a week to listen to an audiobook. Just like with the bits and starts of me listening to it. But yeah, I'll be reading that this week, and then so if I finished The Black Stars. That's now another one.
Yeah.
There's 10 books on my TBR. A Day of Fallen Night is still on here, but I kind of soft DNF'd it. I think I'm going to read Priory of the Orange Tree first.
Yeah,
and then come back to it.
Working my way through Priory right now as well. I'm 87 pages through it.
Okay.
Because
You keep a list.
I'm keeping a list of all the stuff I've read the last couple of days. And like I like to see my progress.
Yeah.
You know, like this sprint, I've read almost 80 pages so far.
Nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna read Priory first, and I'll probably put that on my April TBR. So yeah, I'll take that off my current TBR. So it leaves us with 9 books this month, and I've made it through 4 of them. This will be number 5, and Dorian Gray will be number 6.
Yeah, I've read.
And Evelyn Hugo will be number 7. I think I'll take Babel off, and I'll make that next month.
I've read 14 books this month.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm doing a 31 books in 31 days challenge, so I'm very behind.
Oh, I know. Okay.
Which is why I have these.
But how do you work such long shifts and then also read?
That's why it's so behind. I'm reading these because they're like 120, 140 pages each.
Okay.
And then these as well, and that should get me
up to date. Here's me thinking you're reading like 300-page books every day. like 300 to 500 page books every day.
Every other day. That
Okay.
was the plan. That was the original plan, but then stuff happened at the beginning of the month, and it's just been a busier month than I thought. So I'm
So,
going.
I mean, life
I'm going with the
happens.
shorter ones.
Mm-hmm. And then so maybe I'll take Babel up and put that on my April TBR. Sorry guys, I'm just like reorganizing my whole TBR right now.
That's fine. I got Killer on it.
Yeah, I think I will. I think I'm gonna put God Killer on. So that means I'll read God Killer this probably starting Monday this week.
Yeah.
So let me just find the right edition.
Yeah, like the longest book I've read this month is 457 pages, and that was the second Magnus Chase book.
How long did it take you to read it?
That took 2 days.
Okay. Right. This is going on my want to read, and then also my March TBR. There we go. So I will add that, put that on my shelf to read on Monday, and I'll start Evelyn Hugo on Monday as well, because I'm hoping to get through this and Grey this weekend.
Yes.
With lots of sprinting and reading and not really doing much else. I
have not read as much as I was supposed to this weekend. I had like this whole thing going. Like I've got a timer going and everything, but
I'm doing the same because I really need to start. Oh my god, you literally do the same thing as me. You set yourself like a little readathon. You're like, oh, I need to do so many. I'm going to read for so many hours.
Yeah,
I'm doing the same. So I'm doing 15 hours, but then I left my timer going for over 20 minutes. So then I was like, okay, I'm just going to start at 12 hours again. So I have 11 hours and 17 minutes left.
Yeah. I was doing 48.
Oof.
I've read
in 3 days.
4 days. I've got Monday off. Because it's
okay.
I was going to take Sunday as a break day because I've still got to work Sunday, but then Monday is a scheduled maintenance day for engineering, so the entire warehouse is closed.
So free day off.
Yeah.
Nice. Fair enough. So yeah, you're doing it over 4 days. I mean, yeah, so 12 hours per day.
However, this is day 3 average. And I've only read for about 7 hours. This is the first one of 24. I'll just continue it to next weekend. That's fine.
It's ambitious, that's for sure. But I mean, it's more very motivating than just like not setting yourself a task to do it. So this is another reason I want to sprint so I can work through this timer. But yeah, so through the timer, I'm wanting to finish this and then Dorian Gray as well. So that's kind of the point. And then I can read Evelyn Hugo and God Killer next week. Seeing as you've all convinced me now to read it and bring it up on my TBR.
It's so good. And get the physical copy of Sunbringer so you can have that too.
I definitely will. Okay, we need to get through some comments.
Yes.
Because honestly, I can talk for England, so it's Vanessa says, I'm going to go brave the weather. It's pouring here and I need to walk my dog still. Just power through. We'll probably be here when you come back. Just power through. Just walk the dog. Yes. And then the dog at least will be all like chill and sleepy and the dog will be happy and yeah. Donna says 78 pages to go in my book. I can do this. You can, Donna. This next sprint, you're going to do it. I know you are. You're going to get through a hell of a lot. Beatrice says, just had lunch. Nice. I need to make some food. Probably just have some noodles. I need to eat something. And Dee Mad.Romeo.
I need something more substantial.
What did you say? Sorry.
I'm surrounded by snacks, but I need something more. I have a whole cake right down here.
Nice. It's like I have all of the junk food, but nothing nothing that's gonna actually no actual meals. I mean, eat what you want.
I mean, I did batch cook some curry last night, so.
Oh, nice. Yeah, nice.
Chicken tikka.
Ooh, lovely. Yeah, so at least you've got that you can heat that up and maybe some rice. And Dee Dee says, my Romeo. I think we did have this part of this. Yes, I remember.
I remember that
Bitch
now.
has watched Brittany's new video. Nice. Dee says then I'll be switching over to Against the Loveless World, and that's your book club book, right?
Mm.
Bear with me. Donna, yes, you did hear correctly.
Yes.
Let me find it.
You have to tell me your thoughts as you're reading it.
Oh, God, it's playing. I don't want to do that. Yes, I have it on my Audible to read, so I'll be starting that Monday probably on the way
That
to
was
work.
one of the first books I read when I first got back into reading in 2021.
I do feel like, as on a kind of a whole scale, people either really love Taylor Jenkins Reid or really don't.
Yes.
And I think it's like, because all of her books are kind of like, do have the same premise. They're all about someone famous.
Yeah,
So
and
they're all like, that's still
a lot of the big ones are like connected. Like
okay.
there's characters that are in Seven Husbands that appear in Malibu Rising, and
Okay.
also one of the side characters in Malibu Rising is Carrie Soto, who's the main character of Carrie Soto is Back.
Right. Okay.
Right. So I haven't read Daisy Jones and the Six, but there's like a record company that's mentioned multiple times over like those books, and I think that's the same record company that Daisy Jones and the Six is a part of.
Okay. So there's just these little
like Easter eggs,
like
sort
little
of things.
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Dee says, "Oh, I love Priory. Oh, I have Priory. Sorry, let me know when you start. I might read it with you. We could do a buddy read. That might be helpful. I mean, it might be the longest. Yes, sure, of course.
I'm only 87 pages in.
I mean, it might be the longest buddy read in history because it's like the longest book ever. It's not, but it feels like it's a very long book.
I do have to say the margins make it better because the margins are massive.
Are they?
I've got it right here.
I didn't feel that way. I mean, I do too. when I started. Oh, okay. This is different because if you do you have A Day of Fallen Night as well, or do you only have? Because I feel like the margins in that were not like this, unless they were, and I just still felt like the book was massive. Are you just destroying everything?
No, it's the same.
Is it the same?
I'm looking mainly at the bottom. Like it's not as much of a gap.
Let me see. Okay. Was that the hardcover though?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, they do look pretty much the same.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just felt like when I was reading it, it just felt really, really massive. And I don't know. It was fine. It just wasn't really, really interesting at the time. I feel like I need to read Priory to like enjoy and love the world.
Yeah. But Day of Fallen Night is a prequel, and I like to read prequels after the main stories.
See, I was like, oh, I'm going to read the prequel and then I'll understand the other one. But apparently there's just like barely any connection between them. So
yeah, when I reread, I start with the prequel. But when I'm like reading it for the first time, I always do it publication order.
Okay. Donna says, hope your walk goes well, Vanessa. Donna said, hi, Dee Dee. Hi, Donna from Dee Dee. What was for lunch, Beatrice? Says Donna. Yeah, what did you have? Beatrice says Seven Husbands is really good. I enjoyed it a lot.
There's a hole in my jeans.
Oh no. Donna says, God Killer is short, but do not be fooled.
Yeah, it's 288 pages. Took me 6 hours.
I mean that's fair. It's fairly like average for me, but yeah. I don't think it's particularly short, but yeah, I will try and make my way through it.
Under 300 for me is short because I usually read like 400, 500 page books.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like 300 is probably more like what I read rather than like. Having said that, a lot of my books are longer. And Beatrice says, fish, don't know the name in English, with potatoes and broccoli. Nice. For it to be better, I would love to have a hard-boiled egg. I mean, you're just making me hungry.
I love
Also,
hot.
ate a clementine. Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
bitches.
might have food during this next break.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, no, bitches, you're just making us hungry. Look, bitches, we're not going to talk about hard-boiled eggs. I remember that the other day. So on Monday, Donna was trying to make eggs. We were all trying to give our advice on how to make eggs, and Donna was just on the struggle bus, and like, and you
All
were,
I know
I think,
is that for hard-boiled eggs is if you take them out and they dry completely within 7 seconds, it's cooked.
oh, okay. I'm assuming that's because it's not like, yeah, okay, it's not.
It's that hot inside that it dries out the egg.
Well, I'm thinking as well, like the because obviously eggshells are porous, so I'm assuming the white is sat at the shell, so then
Yeah.
there's no room for there's no like nowhere for the moisture to go other than back out again. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that's why. I love hard-boiled eggs, Donna. They are my favorite, but I know how to do most types of eggs. Yes, we had this whole thing where like Beatrice is gonna like hand deliver us all eggs Benedict. You know,
Please, you're only over in Portugal.
yeah,
Please.
just like fly over with like a tray on your knee and then just sit on a plane and then get off the plane and just, get in a
I will
taxi and
come
then
to
just
you. I will come to you.
um the one I never tried is poached. I mean, I can't make poached eggs save my life, to be honest. And I
Neither.
don't really see them being that different to like boiled eggs. I'm just like they're basically the same without the shell. I don't know because
Yeah,
they tend to be
well,
softer. Yeah,
poached eggs are pretty good, but they're
they
cooked.
are good.
They're cooked in boiled water,
Yeah.
like a hard-boiled egg, just it's cracked in.
Yeah, but it's so hard to cook.
Oh yeah,
They
my
come out going
stepdad can
everywhere.
make them amazingly.
That's good. You need someone that can make them.
Unfortunately, he's
Yep.
in Australia.
Yeah. Oh no. Um, I think that's how you write it. Yeah. No. Yeah. Beatrice. Yeah. Um. Um. Oh, also, Elliot, are you going to listen on Audible for the Seven Husbands? Yes, I am. I did, and it was immersive, and it was really nice. Oh, good. Okay. We like an immersive one. The issue that I had with the Blighted Stars is that it was like one guy doing a lot of accents, and they weren't bad, but they also weren't good. um, and some of them were really bad accents, but it was still doable. I was still able to listen to it. Donna says yes, those are good. I love Over Easy and Scrambled. I mean, I love just like a fried egg that's gone crispy at the edge.
My favorite is a runny fried egg.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't like solid yolks, so when I have
Oh,
when
I
it,
don't
like,
mind them.
I absolutely adore hard boiled, but I always gave my yolk to someone else.
No, I can eat eggs pretty much anyway, as long as it's just not like runny and gooey and gross.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah. Over easy. Oh, over easy. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
believe Over is Easy is also called a sunny side up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Basically fried egg, but you don't flip it.
yeah. I'm gonna read Carisoto this year. I mean, I've heard very mixed things about Carisoto.
There was definitely a controversy when it first came out. I remember over on TikTok, because I wasn't on BookTube yet,
Why
about
what?
the way that Taylor Jenkins Reid writes her Latino characters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Carrie Soto is Latina.
hmm
Mm.
But then I also just people were saying like it's not as good in terms of plot and things as her other ones.
Yeah.
So, um, well, soon you say a book, and I will say that I'm going to read it this year. Yeah, I'm the same. But it's only because of the video series. Okay. Didi says I read Malibu Rising at the beginning of the month and it gave it 5 stars.
I think I gave it
Um,
4 stars.
okay.
Mm. It was good. It
Um,
wasn't as good as Seven Husbands.
right. Didi says I'm cool. We can take our time.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Oh, for the Priory, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. We can we can take our time. We can always set up on Storygraph or something. Don's Simon gave him a main scrambled instead. I mean, when in doubt, just scramble the eggs.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
so easy to do. Even if you do it properly, it's just with milk.
Yeah, exactly. Although I quite like dried, like quite dry scrambled egg. I don't know why. I just do.
Yeah.
So I asked my dad to make lunch for me a bit earlier because of my sprints. No problem. You need to eat. Dee says I'm making hard boiled eggs now. Do it. Just do it. And then and then Beatrice has just like gone on a bit of an egg rant, which is absolutely fine by me. And like just a whole like egg rant. We love this, Beatrice. We
Yeah.
really do. But I have a big problem with eggs. They really have to be well done. You cannot have a runny egg. The lucky part is that we have chickens. Yes, we were all like, "Oh my god, you have chickens!" That's
my
cool.
aunt has chickens.
I would love to keep. I don't know because
my nan used to have chickens as well when she was alive.
That's amazing. And yes, I
Well,
can't have a runny egg either.
I've always been around fresh eggs. You know, they're the best. They're very warm.
Yeah. Yes, they are very warm. Yeah, you can have eggs whenever you want, which is great. Yeah. So here in Portugal, you don't flip the egg. I don't think we really do here either. Like, I don't really. If I was to order a fried egg, I would expect it to be sunny side up and not fried. I mean, sometimes I'll flip it and just to set the white, but I don't like to.
I can't cook a sunny side up egg. I prefer flipping it, make sure both sides are even.
I just don't like when the top of the white just is still like gunky. I'm like, okay, flip it. And then
unfortunately, it's how work cooks their eggs for breakfast, sunny side up, because I get breakfast and lunch at work, and it's only like £2. It's great. And they do it sunny side up, and half the time they're not cooked properly. So it's like,
yeah, it's not always great.
Man.
No,
I understand you have to bulk cook these, but just cook them properly.
Just a couple of minutes longer. Just flip them like for like 10 seconds. It would just be better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I say fried egg, it's without flipping. Yeah, I mean most of the time, I think I don't know. I mean, it depends how well the egg sets.
I have to flip it. I have to flip it.
I either have to, or like I'll put a lid on it, and then it will set the white, and then it'll be like no runny, horrible the eggs. Oh, the sorry was because of making you hungry. That's fine. I mean, I need to eat. I think it sounds like James needs to eat as well. I need to find some food. That's not just snacking.
Eating an Easter bunny, but
I will probably make noodles, and I'll probably make some popcorn, and then.
Well, I also have noodles.
Yes.
I found Maggie noodles at Aldi the other day.
Oh, nice.
And I haven't had Maggie noodles in over a year because I haven't found them since I've been over here.
They do sell them. I'm trying to think where else I've seen them. You'll find them a lot in like your local like corner shops and like your things like that. They tend to have them. I know.
Like in Australia, they're in Woolies, they're in Coles. You can get 10 packs. It's fucking great. I have 2 packs in one. It would be great.
Yeah.
But I haven't had noodles in over a year because I haven't been able to find them. But I found
them. You just reminded me to look something up because you call it Woolies, like Woolworths, right? Is like
Woolies.
Because we used to have a chain here called Woolworths, and we'd call it Woolies, but it used to be like the most random stuff you could buy in there.
It wasn't food shopping.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a food shop. It was like
Woolies is a food shop.
Yeah, like a grocery. Yeah. It was interesting. But it was like my childhood. And then it closed like in the 2008 financial crisis was when
Mm.
it like closed down. And I remember going in, they were selling like the shelving units and stuff, like everything when they were selling, just like getting rid of all of it. But you could buy like video games and then also like toys, but then also stationery
Yeah, so
and
it's a
pick and
lot
mix.
like Sainsbury's,
What
where it's
Woolworths
got
and
like the one or two aisles for other things, and then it's food
Mhm.
shopping, and there's the cleaning supplies and stuff. Didn't sell clothes like a lot of grocery stores here do, like Asda and
Yeah,
shit.
they all have their own like clothing lines. Yeah, it is a bit
Yeah,
strange.
it's
But then it's also kind of not strange. Like I mean, but then also some of the clothes are good, and you're like, these are good clothes.
yeah, but the first time I walked into an Asda and I saw just clothes there, I was
Flavor
like,
section.
"What the fuck?"
Yeah, Asda, love their George by Asda. Is what it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Um,
we have like Target's huge over there. Kmart, Coles is another thing like Woolies. Um, yeah, but when I went clothes shopping, it would be at Kmart or Target, not Woolies or
yeah,
Coles.
yeah. It
and
is a bit strange.
and I was like at the shops, the supermarkets, shopping centers.
Yeah. Um, yeah. And Didi says it was more like Wilco. Yeah, it was kind of more. Yeah, because they. Yes, I agree. It was more like Wilco. I miss Wilco. Hmm?
What is Wilco?
Wilco is. I mean, there's barely any up here north. To be honest, it's like the more south you go, there tends to be more like Midlands, especially. Because when I lived in Leicester in the Midlands, there was loads of them. It was kind of like I would say. I mean, how would you? I mean, Didi, how would you describe Wilco?
So
I'm struggling.
what part of the UK are you in, if you don't mind?
I'm in the northwest, near Manchester. That's kind of where I am.
That was where I was going to live, Manchester.
Well,
But
you
then
should have.
I couldn't find a place in time. So
Oh
I went to
no.
Nottingham to be with my great grandma because she lives in Nottingham. My dad's from Nottingham. She lives there. And then I was going to come out to Edinburgh for just like a couple weeks for a holiday, and then I never left.
Fair enough.
And now I live here.
Um,
But I wouldn't mind like a couple years down the line going down to Manchester and actually trying down there. Like there was a thing going on at work that was like, hey, we're opening up a new warehouse down in Leeds. Anyone that wants to transfer down there will help move over. You know, I was like, I would love to, but I've just found a new place, and how the hell am I
yeah,
going to get my books down there?
I know. Yeah, that's true. Leeds is. I don't mind. Leeds is quite nice. I have a friend who lives in Leeds. Yeah, I mean, it just tends to be a little bit cheaper living up north than living down south.
Yeah,
Not
but,
by much due to inflation, but like things are
but
still expensive here. But
I'd love to visit Manchester. I landed
it
in
is a
Manchester.
nice.
It was -3.
Yeah.
I left Australia and it was 32 degrees.
Oof. And you were like, "Oh, I've made a mistake."
Yeah. And I didn't have gloves or anything. It was so cold.
Yeah, yeah. Those winters, man. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just so cold. Okay, that's the end of the comments for now. Wilco, sorry, yeah, we were saying it's kind of like a home store, but it's
Like
not like
Home Depot.
no, I wouldn't say it's not like a hardware kind of store. It's more
Home Depot is a hardware store.
is it? I don't know. Is it?
I have no idea.
Um I think of it like being Cuba with a stationery and home section. I would say the same, but they don't sell like things like bathrooms and kitchens and heavy garden equipment. They sell like plants and like you say, stationery, home goods, kind of like it's more like a slightly more expensive like Home Bargains or what's the other one called? What that's here, B&M's or something like that, where it's like not as cheap but still quite cheap. I mean, they've closed them down now. Light.
It's like B&Q Light.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That I agree with then. Yeah.
Yeah.
That it's without all of the here's the 1,000 toilets that you can buy and all the seats that go with them. That's basically what B&Q is to me.
That sounds like
and they sell
Bunnings.
some really they sell some really obscure tools in B&Q anyway.
Now
But yeah.
Bunnings is a warehouse. It's Bunnings warehouse. It's a hardware store. Also has like a plant section. It's massive. It's huge. That's
Yeah,
also where we
B&Q
get
sell
bells and
plants.
chisels. We get our Bunnings snacks.
B&Q sell plants, and I would sell like really good plants. And then when I went in for Mother's Day, and I was like, I'm gonna get a plant. My mum, they had a really good selection. I was really surprised.
Yeah.
So yeah, I went and got her a plant because they've just like repainted the kitchen, and I was like, it'd be nice to have a little plant in the window. So I got her that and a book. But yeah, right. That's the end of the comments. Are we feeling a sprint?
Yes.
Okay. Are we? Yes. This might be my last one. Let's do one more. Yeah. Well, this will be the last one, just because I have some other things I need to do. So we'll say we'll call it like 3.
Yeah. Well, you did say
Yeah.
10 to 2 and it's past 2. So
Well,
no, it's almost 2, sorry.
almost 2. Yeah. So we'll kind of overlap a little bit with Beatrice, but yeah, no, that's fine. So we'll do. Should we do an hour or 45?
An hour, so I can eat and also do a little bit of reading.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, we will set up an hour and we'll see you back here in an hour.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. That was a very quick hour,
Yes,
but then I made food, so that might be why.
me too. I didn't read anything.
Oh, did you know I read about 30-ish pages. Yeah, about 30-ish pages. I made food. I made popcorn as well. I mean,
Nice.
that is food, but that'll be like my snack this afternoon. Yeah, I got through about 30 pages. So what did you do?
I had food, and that was about it.
I mean, food is good.
Yes.
Food is always good. What did you have in the end?
I had leftover chicken tikka masala and some bread.
Good, nice. I just had noodles, which were good. And then there's not many comments. I know that other people are now sprinting.
Yes.
So we'll wrap this up fairly quickly. Let us know if you are still here though. Alex popped in. Hi, Alex. Hello, here for the final sprint. Did you get much reading done? That is the question. What did you do in the sprint, Alex? If
What
you're
did you
still
do?
hovering around. Vanessa says, back from walking the pup, showered, and trying to finish my book before my sprints later. Oh, what are you going to be reading while you sprint later? That's what I want to know. 80 pages to go. You can do it. You got this. You can totally do this. And Shauna says, hey, I'm currently sprinting on my channel. Yay, Shauna, I will quickly. Oh, yeah, I think I actually looked to see if you were like live now, and you are. So I'm just going to post these. I think that's how you spell your name. Do tell me if I've got it wrong. But yes, currently spending on her channel and reading Untethered. Nice. Alice got 0 reading done, but by Pet a Cat, I mean that's just always a good use of time.
That's great.
Yeah, that's just. I would rather do that than do most things, to be honest.
Me too.
DD, you're at 49%, and that's for mine. No,
My Dark Romeo.
Yes, I keep forgetting that you're reading that. Yes, anyway. And then you're going to switch to your other book. So you've made good progress.
Yeah, you've only got 1% left until you switch.
Yes, exactly. I also know Beatrice is streaming now as well, so I'll probably just link those as well. But you have plenty of sprints to go to, but you're almost there. Are you enjoying it, DD, if you're still here? Are you still enjoying it? And yeah, I just posted Sean sprints. Yes, that is how you spell my name. Excellent. I read 30 pages of Untethered by LED Hart. Nice. I mean, that's pretty much a good amount to get done. Sorry, my watch is still making noise. Indeed, it says correct. Yeah, so you're nearly there. Are you reading it on Kindle or are you reading the physical? I'm getting the impression that you read a lot of Kindle books, if that's right.
because Dee does a lot of percentages.
I quite like percentages.
I don't.
I quite like updating my Goodreads and seeing like the percentage.
I used to do Goodreads, but I don't anymore.
To be honest, I'm only doing that and updating my Storygraph to get like my stats. Like seeing like the Storygraph stats are great. And on Storygraph, I've actually set a pages goal rather than a book goal to read this year. So we'll see. But I like just seeing all of the stats, and then you get like your year-end review on Goodreads of like what you've read and all of that.
Yeah.
So I just like keeping track somewhere of what I've read.
Oh yeah, I have like this spreadsheet that I use instead.
I'm trying to get into using a Notion, like a Notion sheet thing, but I'm not very good with Notion at all.
I have no idea what Notion is, but
It's kind of like a note taker meets Excel in a lot of ways. There's a lot of things you can do with Notion that kind of allow you to present data, and I know a lot of people use it to track reading. So yeah, look into it because it's free to use, and there's a lot of there is a template you can use for reading things, but I want to find out how you make like a progress bar. That's the one thing I want to do. Yeah, I'm liking it so far. That's good. Yeah, so yeah, that is good. And it's on Kindle Unlimited, but I got the audio. So I mean, it seems like you read a lot on Kindle Unlimited, which is a good use of the
Yeah.
subscription. I have it, but I don't often use it. I should probably just cancel
same. I
it.
should cancel it.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah. And I'm like, I'm literally paying for Prime, Kindle Unlimited, and Audible. But I went to cancel my Audible last month, and then it was like, you can have 3 months half price, and I was like, sure,
Yeah, they
whatever.
do that.
Yeah, so I have it for like £4 a month, and I was like, well, at least I can get a few more books and actually sit and listen to them. Like I have. So yeah, I'm going to listen to the Seven Husbands of what it's called, Seven Husbands of Evelyn Hugo.
Yeah.
And then I have Juniper and Thorn as well to listen to, which I hear is very traumatic and sad. But I'm excited to, to read it. But I have that on Audible to read. So yeah, I really should cancel at least one of these subscriptions because I'm just doing many.
Yeah.
Paying
Well,
many menus.
Audible and KU are the only subscriptions I use. And I use my dad's YouTube Premium, my dad's Netflix, my dad's Disney, and I use my sister's Stan,
See, I
which is like a
don't pay.
streaming site in Australia.
I don't pay music subscription. My dad pays for Apple, like Apple Family, and then my brother pays
And I
for.
also use my dad's Spotify because he's got the family plan.
My brother pays for that, so I just have both, and I'm just like, okay. And when I want to listen to something like really high quality audio, I'm like, okay, I'll put it on Apple Music. I mainly use Spotify, but I do use both because you get some like insanely good audio on Apple Music. But yeah, both of those. I pay for Disney Plus, but via my phone subscription. So like on O2, you can just like add it on as like a payment. So I just pay it through my phone bill, and then I pay for Netflix. But I really should cancel one of my probably Kindle Unlimited. I'm much more likely to get a book on Audible. Because realistically, I'm probably only reading one Kindle Unlimited book a month, if that. So I don't know. I'll think about it. Shauna says percentage feels like you're reading the book quicker. Yeah, definitely. When you start hitting those, like for me, it's when I hit 10%. I'm like, oh, I've already read 10% of this. That's insane. And then I get to like 33, and I'm like, oh, I'm a third of the way through the book. It doesn't feel like I am. So yeah, I definitely have that mentality of like, yeah, of feeling that way. Anyway,
I'm just under a third of the way through. So.
Nice. So yeah, what page are you on now?
111.
Oh yeah, so you said you didn't actually get any reading. I mean, you're like literally. Well, you will fly through it today, I'm sure.
Yeah, and there's 367 pages. So yeah. I do have to go to Asda because I need to return some pants because they were too small. So
you'll be doing that at some point today.
Yeah.
I showered, had brekkie, and was watching Beatrice's sprints. Very productive. Very productive. Didi says yes, Shauna, it does. Yeah, agree. Didi says, oh no, I don't read that many Kindle Unlimited books. My trial is over, so I need to make sure I use it. Otherwise, it's out. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to get Audible now. It's 99p for 3 months. Do it. Yeah. So you just get like 1 credit, like your subscription pays for a credit basically, and then you can just buy whatever book you want with the credit. It's useful as well if there's something that I don't particularly like, if I'm not specifically looking for something, but I'm reading a book that's difficult to get through physically reading it, like it was with The Blighted Stars. I had an Audible credit, so I was like, I'm just going to use that on The Blighted Stars. And then I ended up listening to, I'd probably say it was 50-50. I probably listened to half of it and read half of it. But I finished it. So, yeah. And yeah, showered, not showered. Yeah, I got you there, Donna. Don't worry. Are you okay there, James?
Yeah, my bed's right behind me, so
You're just ready for a lie down.
yes. Well, I'm gonna go for a walk after this. I'm feeling restless, so
Yeah, you
I'm
need
gonna go do the Asda thing right after this.
nice. Yeah, good idea. Get out of the house for a little bit, and then you can
Yeah.
come back and smash through Sunbringer.
Yes, read the rest of it tonight. Well, I can't stay up too late because I got work tomorrow.
What? Yeah, because you'll be up early.
Yes.
Did you
Awake
work
at
to what?
5, out the house at 6, get to work at 7.
Oh, and then what time do you finish?
5:30.
Long
10.5
days.
hour days.
Just not for me.
So hopefully there's no work and I get to go home early.
Does that ever happen?
Yeah. Especially this time of year. I went home early. I didn't even go in last Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday, because they were like, "Hey, anyone that wants to stay home today can." So I was like, "Yes, please." So I didn't go in on Tuesday. You don't get paid for it, but like, it's a day off.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. You may as well. That's what you've got to weigh up. You're like, well, I need the money, but I also don't want to be there all the time. So
Yeah, they're 4 days a week.
yeah, no.
Yeah, but
Um,
I have Monday off this week, so
yes, yeah, nice. At least you'll get some reading done then.
yes.
Beatrice says, I started my sprints and did some sprint hop.
Nice.
Nice. Me and James were talking earlier how we are not sprint hoppers.
No, I've tried
I
it. It
struggle. I
failed
struggle.
completely.
Yeah. And Didi says, I remember those types of shifts. Yeah. I mean, I never really worked that, like, my shifts were never super long. I sometimes volunteered to stay longer if it was really busy. So if I was working like a 2 till 10, then I might say, like, okay, I'll start at 12 and I'll do 12:10. But yeah, they were never usually longer than 8 hours. Because even 8 hours on your feet is a lot.
Yeah, see, I prefer doing the 10-hour days, 4-day weeks, than 8-hour days, 5-day weeks, because I get 3 days off and it's
Yeah.
only 2 extra hours a day.
Yeah, I think I would probably be very much the same. I'd probably like just power through it.
Yeah.
And then
And
be like,
once you get used to it, it's fine,
yeah,
You get 2 breaks, 2 30-minute breaks, and then if you're, like, having a bad day, my managers are great, so, like, if you're having a bad day, they'll let you take an extra break.
nice.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, that is the end of the comments. I'm just gonna also link Beatrice's sprints as well.
Yeah.
before we
Gonna do some self-promo here.
go.
I'm doing a 24-hour readathon next week. Thursday, Friday at 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. both days. So an hour earlier than I usually start. Elliot will be joining me on Friday.
I will.
Well, hopefully the entire day, but
I don't know whether. Do you know what? It's quite possible. At least like during the daytime, maybe not in the
yeah.
evening, but daytime for sure.
Yeah, but he will be there at some point. I'm going to have guests on both days. I'm going to have an open link in the BookTubers Unite Discord. So if you're on there, you can hop on anytime.
What time are you starting on Friday?
9 a.m. both days.
Okay. Probably will not be up that early.
Yeah, you weren't up that early today.
Yeah, no. I was like, it's the weekend. I want some more sleep. I will. Yeah, I'll probably be on like 10 or 11, something like that. So not straight away, but still fairly early. And then I'm happy
when
to stay on.
when Donna had when Donna was on last week, she was an hour and a half late. So
Well, at least you know with me that you're not going to get me like bang on 9 o'clock, but I will turn up. Yeah. So yeah, I will be there, and I will probably at least till like 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Probably.
So he'll be there a while.
I'll be there a while. Yeah. So
he'll be there a while.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll end it here then. Thank you everybody for joining us this morning. There was more people than I thought, to be honest.
Me too.
For a Saturday morning / early afternoon, I was like, oh, there's more people. It's been very nice.
That's
I
very
hope
early
you
in
all,
America.
yeah, especially that. Yeah. I hope you all, at least it was somewhat productive for you all. And we will. Well, again, I'll see you on Friday on James's channel. Be so much fun. Thank you, Dee. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
Hope
you.
it's been helpful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Have a
So,
great
um,
birthday.
hi, Shauna. Thank you. Yes. So, goodbye, everybody.
Bye.